Hello, this is a lake house visualization masterclass. It's a sort of masterclass consolidating the material we are studying at the exterior visualization course. In this masterclass, we're gonna create a scene of such a house put in a forest. We're also gonna put it by the lake, so we'll have this kind of improv. I don't intend to copy this photo. We'll just take this house as a basis, and then we're gonna improvise. We'll put it on a lake shore. We'll probably change the environment a little bit. We'll create a forest. We'll work with the surface, add some rocks, stones. We'll put some leaves on the soil. We'll work with Quixel Megascans. And I'd like to emphasize why I do these things, but not the way I do them. As many people share their answers to the question how, and few answer the question why. So I'll try to develop this subject and explain why I do these actions. I didn't do any preliminary visualization of this design intentionally. I only have this 3D model. I haven't done anything to it yet. And all the actions will be performed in real time without any preliminary preparation. Now, of course, I'll be making pauses in this video. There'll be editing to reduce the overall time of this masterclass, to avoid recording the identical routine. So here's the thing. I'm going to perform certain actions and explain why and how exactly. Something will be done through trial and error, and we'll be moving towards the result together. When I perform some typical actions, I will use edit to cut and skip them, and we'll move further to the result after these typical actions had been already performed. Things like trees or experiments with trees. I'll try to reduce the number of these cuts to make the masterclass as clear and simple as possible. So follow my actions, of course. I'll be commenting them, and let's start. I have a model built by our reference modeler at my request. The reference design is a cabin of Larena Tancaso, Valencia. And we'll be acting a bit differently. There's going to be some forest here. And I'll try to approach the reference in terms of vegetation, but I don't want to copy it. We're also not going to copy the light. We'll imagine that this design is a customer's order under a ready 3D model. So presumably created according to drawings. And we have to wed the house nicely with the background. So we have some freedom to act in terms of creating environment and presentation. So I decided to create forest exterior and place this house on a lake shore. So I'll make water and perhaps some dock in the foreground. We have stairs here and I'll make a dock to connect it. And I want to make the shore more rocky, add more stones and rocks in the foreground. We can find such rocks only in one place, in Quixel Megascans. So I'll be downloading these rocks from there. And I guess that we will take greenery from the Max Tree compilation because it has greenery, it has trees, vegetation of the highest quality. Concerning lighting, I think that the reference has no super fancy lighting. Let's make a more evening option. And then think on the frame concept and add some plot. Okay, let's go. The first task for us is to select references. Let's look for references at pinterest.com. head over to Pinterest.com. As we have a cabin, it will be our inquiry. It would be useful to view references in Pinterest for some time, to feel the atmosphere and to find something interesting. I like this design, but it's the visualization and what I'm telling in our course that we shouldn't create render based on ready visualizations. You see here our reference project is in Pinterest, which means that we are going in the right direction. We'll be looking for a cabin with evening illumination, and it would be cool for it to be located by water. We can select several references. Here's the house and some rocks. Let's save this option. Here's a good reference, although with daily light, while I'd prefer evening. We can narrow the search. For example, let's say cabin, dusk. See, now we have evening references. That's not exactly a cabin. So let's narrow the search again and add lake. Here's a nice option. We can take the general light behavior of materials in such light from this image. It's an option after the rain. Nice, but I'd prefer dry weather. This one's good, but I like the light from the inside. Here's a good option. What we can take from these references are like water behavior, whether it's lipper, how it looks like. Now I'll pause recording and look for a couple of other references. Okay, so I've found references. Here we have larger houses, but in general, it's not that important. On these references, we can see how the stones look. We see the evening light and how the greenery looks in that light. There's illumination inside, so I will save all this for myself. It will be my mood board, to which I'll be referring from time to time. Looking at the light, the way water behaves, and from these references, I'll choose the basic one to rely upon when performing visualization. In the meanwhile, we'll just selecting options. Let's take this one. I think it's enough for now. Although let's also take this one. Okay, looks about right. Now let's think on the angle. What we can do here. I'll open our references. I think that the closest will be those stones in the foreground and this light. In fact, this reference is the closest to the design that I'm working on. But let's watch more options. Feel the atmosphere. It's visualization. I don't recommend using visualization as references. I'll remove this image. Here's a good option. By state of light, we can take this option. And we might take rocks from this option. The color of water is like this. We'll make the angle closer to the original to ensure that our composition includes reflections in water if we turn the light inside the interior. And therefore, we need more space from below. So we'll cut a bit from above. I will not reproduce these rocks, so I think I'll leave this background for Photoshop. We still have to improve the soil to make it more interesting. Make slight drops and a dock, add rocks that are put under the house, and maybe add some rocks on the sides. Large trees, plants, shrubs to cover all these glades to create an illusion of even thicker wood. We won't reproduce rocks against the background. Maybe we'll add mountains in Photoshop. We'll have evening light. And we'll take vegetation by itself from the Max Tree compilation. Surfaces and rocks from Megascans. We won't work much with materials for now. We'll set the materials later. First, we'll set the house in gray color. Light reflections, and then we'll work with materials. These are our plans. The starting scene of this house will be attached to the masterclass. You'll have a chance to train with it whenever you like. Let's first deal with the soil. The surface looks as follows. I'll even remove Unwrap and Turbo Smooth for now. I'll take polygons and delete this surface. I don't need it because I'm not gonna imitate rocks. Using the Grow tool, I think we'll delete this area. We'll delete this too, to have soil left approximately in this area. We'll imitate a lake, so of course we must have a drop. So I'll take these polygons too and lower them. We have a separation here, so I'll do this way. I think that this drop will be sufficient for a lake. The lake will be not too deep, and the drop should not be too sharp. I'll highlight these faces and lift them a bit. Make such a low grade. It's good now. So we can use the Turbo Smooth modifier. Let's make 2 iterations so far. And we've finished the surface for now. I don't build the modifier stack because perhaps I'll have to edit all of this later. It would be cool to create a lagoon, but I still don't know its shape, so I'll set the angle and see what I have. Look at the camera and decide how I will bend this landscape. I'm improvising now. I need to make some forest landscape with no clear terms of reference. So here I'm free to choose and create at my discretion. I'll be using the target camera, a standard one, not a Corona camera, because it's easier for me to work with the target camera. And if I need to work with the camera exposure, I'll just use the camera mod modifier for that camera. Setting the camera with the angle, I guess, of, let's say 28 or 24. 28 is enough for exterior. Then we'll turn it. We should know where we're gonna have the water level to ensure that our camera won't go under it. So I'll imitate water. For this, I'll just create a common box. Like this. I'll lift it. Appears to be too large. So I'll lift it using the points. Water should have thickness. It's a big mistake to model water just as a plane. It's incorrect. Here's a part of water surface. It's higher than soil, so we have to lift this part off soil. Let's get back to our polygons. And let's lift this, just in case. Lift this part behind the house too, using the points to make it look better. Okay, let's see. Now we're creating the camera, and we already have some understanding. Let's make the square frame format. Why square? Well, first it will be cool to post it to Instagram, which has square photos, and second, this image will be easy to crop. That is, if we take such an image, and it's vertical, because these are rocks, and these rocks should be shown, but since we refuse from the rocks, there is no sense for us to make such vertical image. We'll make a square one and place a house somewhere in the center. So if we decide to make a vertical or horizontal frame, it will be the easiest to crop the square and to receive what we need. So I will now set custom 1000 by 1000. I'll block image aspect to ensure that it won't change by accident, and press Shift F, so we'll receive the real frame format that we'll have. Concerning composition, I like using the rule of thirds. In this case, I won't use the image comp helper script. I will set by side because I haven't yet made a final decision on composition and all the items in the frame. So we'll be inventing something already in the course. We have the cameras, so now let's take a look at its level related to water, setting the water level at 0. And it would be logical to lower all the rest a bit. That is, if we have a 0 water level and we'll be adjusting all the rest for water level, we'll check the camera target. It's in the house here. Shift the camera a bit. Shift plus F. Make the top view closer and relate it to water. Set the camera at a height of about 1 meter. Why 1 meter? Let's assume that a photographer is sitting in the boat. For example, in this case, the height of a sitting person will be about 1 meter. 1 meter and 20 centimeters. Now we'll start arranging composition. I already mentioned the rule of thirds. And here, the horizon line will stretch along the lower third because we are showing the house itself in an irregular way when the house is placed simply in the frame center. We're not showing the house as such. We are wetting it with the environment, making some image of nature. Take a look at the reference. The angle displaced up here, much space, but we are still looking at this house. The frame is interesting. Please note that the house edges are located along the vertical thirds. We have the front angle here, And if we make the side view, it will look really good. So let's do this. Turn it a little bit. And I'm lifting the camera to make work the rule of thirds. Choosing the camera, checking the Show Horizon box, and let's set the horizon. Along the lower third, the line of the horizon will be approximately here. Now aiming at the house to locate the left edge and the right edge. Along the left third and the right third. We have to align the verticals to select the camera. Then apply camera correction modifier, right mouse click, and the verticals are aligned. And now the things are much clearer. We have to shift a bit like this to center the house to make the left and the right third more or less equal. It's not mandatory, nobody's gonna check it with a ruler, but at least visually it's more or less balanced. Let's update camera correction once again. We'll receive an angle like this. It's one of the options, and I think it's rather fine. Let's make a dock here. In the foreground, we'll have stones and some rocks. Little things like that. So let's go ahead and edit our soil. So I need to lift polygons. Over here. So there's going to be a small bay in the camera visible area. There's such a slant. So this surface should be detailed with the use of ring. Making connect. Lowering here. Looking into the camera to ensure that the shore is correct. Like so. Putting stones to make the shore more even and beautiful. Let's correct a bit here. The hill here is steep, but it's not a problem. It won't be in the frame. To make smoothing more even, I'll highlight and apply chamfer. So there we go. There's our shore. Let's apply Turbo Smooth. A pretty bay we have now. Too much shore on the camera, so I will shift some polygons. We'll have smoothing. We will not make it too intense. So here's our composition. A kind of lagoon. Now let us think on further composition. What should we do with it? So what I'll do is I'll make a screenshot and go to Photoshop. I'll launch Photoshop and we'll think on composition right in Photoshop. So let's decolor image using the key combination Ctrl-Shift-U in order not to get distracted by colors, and start thinking over the composition. According to the rule of thirds, I will divide our image. We'll be able to zoom out, although this way is also fine. I will create a new layer, take the graphic tablet, and draw a bit. So I think we can make a dock here. And we can also add a boat. We'll add some stones here. Also, let's add a shrub. And trees here. And also here we'll use a tool known as framing. And here we'll have the forest branches on the left, and on the right we'll make framing for the house with those branches. In order to concentrate the viewer's attention on the house itself, we'll make a frame with branches on the left and on the right. The tree might not be here, but we will not pay attention to this. However, maybe it's a small island it's growing on. What we need is achieving an effect, making a frame. And here we'll have trees and branches, and here we'll leave a piece of sky light in the windows. And the light reflection in water should be cool. So this is our basic composition. Maybe we'll add some plot. For example, a dog or a cat. Animals will look cool in this part. Like a dark silhouette. Maybe some kind of frog. I don't know yet. But it's cool to have a dark silhouette in that corner there. And it's gonna sit there and look at the house. There's a ripple on the lake. This is my idea. Of course, I could contrive something else. But that was an option invented by me in the course. Here I'll have to improve the rocks. There should be some stones as well. We'll take them from Megascans. Here we have a plain beach. And in order not to bother with the rocks, and here, add sedge or cane. And mix cane with the stones here. Here's all the idea. Let's now start working with geometry. I guess I'll start from the dock. I will not add a boat in the beginning. I'll add stones after the dock. They'll be in proxy. Then we'll add trees as a separate layer. However, let's set the light first, because we still have little geometry. And it will be rather easy to work with light. In general, it would be great to draw out some basic geometry, add trees, and then set the light. But I'm afraid that it will take us too much time to set the light with rich vegetation. I wouldn't like to waste precious time, so we'll work with illumination in such form, and then move to geometry detailing. So I'll look for some map, but before, let's take a look at our reference and come up with light. I think that we need some evening light, for example, like this, and I still prefer this light to be read on the facade, to have more light from one side and less from the other. This will create volume. So let's look for HDR maps. We have a rich studio library. Let's take compilation with people. It has 3 very good nocturnal HDR maps. This nocturnal one is great. And this, it's too purple. I don't really like it. Let's better take this one. 04 HDRI. We'll now set render basically. We have active Karana renderer. We have no settings at all. Launching, starting real time. Paying no attention to the result. Let's run the converter and convert all materials from V-Ray to Karana to avoid any glitches. That's it, the scene was converted. We even have some fire in the fireplace. Let's now set override material gray color. Light is set at gray material, since if we set light at some already set materials, we can be deflected. So we'll take some ball from the slot by default, Karana material by default, activating MTL override, and dragging here. Now we have gray material. And we can set the light. I will be using the compact mode, and upload HDR here. Finding Karana bitmap. Finding the required HDRI map. And waiting until it's uploaded. They are very large size, so uploading takes a lot of time. Okay. Alright, HDRI is uploaded. Let's set it at 8. Choosing environment. Instance. Okay. Now we have light. I will not overcomplicate with the composition too much. I can change it directly in the frame buffer. Let's set to and turn HDR around its axis. See what light we get. On one hand, I like light that I have right now, without any settings. On the other part, I don't really like how the sky looks. Choosing the parameter environment, I will use the step of 30 to rotate it and observe the result. I'm afraid that when trees appear, it's already too dark, and the next option is 90 degrees. Let's try minus 30. It doesn't look nice. I haven't yet made my mind with light. Let's do the following. I'll return from environment, HDR. And what I'll do is I'll use the Corona Select map. So this Corona Select allows selecting different maps in real time. That is, I'll set Corona Select for light here, and I'll connect HDR to 0 map. I'll add another bitmap and look for HDR map options by Peter Guthrie. Since I still like the light, but I dislike the background. Of course we can replace it in Photoshop, but we shouldn't forget that we have reflections in glass, water, all this will be reflected. So I decided not to use sun plus sky, because the HDRI map looks much more interesting in reflections. Okay, let's look at Peter Guthrie's HDRI maps. We have some evening ones. It's uploaded. Okay, selecting open. And as you can see, these HDRI maps vary in terms of brightness. They are dark in Viz People and brighter in Peter Guthrie. So if I connect it and we'll be switching between two maps, we will see how bright this map is. So we have to correct this HDRI map. So I'll choose the output parameter and I'll decrease for now tenfold. Let's see what we have. Tenfold is insufficient. Let's make it hundredfold. Still too bright. So let's set 1000. Not very beautiful. This map is rather daily. Let's upload another one. Let's choose this one, Dust Blue. Now it sounds about right in terms of light. I think I must add brightness to it. So let's choose 0.3. And now I will not change the exposure, since if I want to return to Viz People, and editing exposure for each HDRI map is not very correct, as I think. it's better to adjust them to each other in brightness, in illumination, and then to switch between them further. Let's set the value to 0.01. We have the interesting illumination. Let's now turn the map around its axis to select the best option. Let's move with a step of 90 degrees. So we have to catch this light and dark pattern when we have more light on the left than on the right. That is, on the right we'll have more shadow, and here on the left more illumination. And it's very unstable because the light here is evening and very washy, so we're capturing these half tones. I think that's not so good with 0, 30, 60. I like it more with -30. I don't think that I have to edit the white balance too much. I think it will be good to neutralize the image, which could be done with white balance here. We can lift it and make the color more neutral. Let us set 8000K and settle on this so far. We can also increase the exposure a bit. Let's make it 2.5 and set highlight compress to 2. And we can add some contrast now. 3. At first sight it seems that it's not nocturnal, but we should keep in mind that we'll have trees, materials, and it's gonna be dark. So we set the basic filling light. Now we have to set the light inside. In order to set it, we should ensure that something will be seen through glasses. I haven't set the glass material yet, so I'll take the glass object. Let me see. Glass. And so we're adding this object in the override exclusion. And so the glass becomes transparent. But to be sure, I'll reset this material. So I'll create a material. It will be by default, since it's the exterior. Render is nocturnal. Glasses are transparent. I will not set absorption and complicate anything. The material will be very simple. And we'll make black diffuse. Set reflection to 1. So let's make it thin. I'll call this material glass. And also assign it directly to the glass object. Okay. All right, and so now we have to block the view and work with light sources inside. But at the same time, we need to see what's happening in the real-time render. So I'll reduce this window, leave the maximized mode. I'll also block the quad camera 1 with the lock. And that's it. Now I can play the master in this house. And the real time will not be updated. So we have a fireplace here. No lamps. No lamps at all. So we'll make the light randomly. Let's assume that some isolated lamps will give light downwards. From this angle, in principle, no lamps will be seen. So let's just add dots. I'm not going to use IES. We'll just make sources Corona light. as disks with the target, lowering the target to make them stand evenly. Now, of course, we'll decrease the disk size because this one is too large. Let's make it 6 centimeters in diameter. We'll set the light in K. Set 4000, such warm orange light. And also place this lamp somewhere under the ceiling, like this. And copy the step of approximately 1 meter. Or something like that. And we'll have about 5 such light sources. Looks right? So there's some light, but apparently it's too weak. So let's check the light sources for adequacy, whether they interfere with geometry. No, they don't. Everything's fine. It means that we lack brightness. Switching to lumen. Now, why lumen? If I change the size of these light sources, I want the intensity to be the same. Let's set brightness to 2000. See, now we have some light. Now let's look into the references. I like this one. It's much brighter here. So I'll make it even brighter, just a little bit. So I'm going to set it to 4000. By the way, nice illumination appeared here. Maybe rocks will be nicely highlighted. Anyway, we'll be able to adjust it later for the reference. I think that will make the light mix. But so far, being cool profs, we'll do without any light mix. It's still not clear how the light is gonna look. I think I'll wait until I have ready materials, and then I'll be able to make it brighter. All right, we've added the light inside, adjusted basic, illumination. Now it's time to work with geometry. So I'll make a dog for starters. We'll make it small, 1.5 meters, something like that. And around 4 meters long. All right, so we can isolate highlights and make boards. Choosing the box. We'll have the board thickness about 5 centimeters. And let its width be about 10 centimeters. There we go. This board. Removing faces right now. I'll be using the quad chamfer modifier. Let's choose chamfer style, actually. Let's pick this, or maybe this. Okay, I went over the top. Now I could make chamfer boxes, but I decided this way. Just in case, I'll make another selection if I want to make these boards curved. And of course we can smooth them later if we want. Now we'll copy the boards with small intervals. I don't know the exact amount, so let it be 20 for now. Not enough. Okay, so we have the flooring. So now I'll make some frame for it. Just from this board. I'll make it a copy because these boards should be stronger. And surely with tie-ins to try to avoid mess in the scene. There we go. I must admit I'm quite a bit of a modeler. There are some errors. There's perhaps a more optimal way, but I decided to act this way. Already. Alright, so there's a kind of structure. And now we're gonna install some columns. And also bollards to tie a boat. We'll think how to make it better. The small log radius is around 10 centimeters. So we'll make it 1500 centimeters high. Add a bit more details. And to prevent our boat from floating away, I'm going to make a kind of cap on the top. In fact, I chose a slippery slope because by all accounts I had to find a reference of some dock and perform modeling according to the reference. But we have no time for modeling, so we make a sketch, which we'll be able to improve if required. We'll gather them in a group so far, but without taking goodbye to the dock, because we might need to build some bridging. And let's see how it looks. What it looks like in the design. We have a drop here, so we don't have to build any bridging. Okay, it leaves the frame. We'll correct it. Of course, I'd like it to protrude further from water, but then I'll have to lower the water level. And if we do this, the shore will become too much exposed. It won't look good. So we'll sacrifice something. Lower a bit to prevent these bollards from protruding. It's fine now, so let's move to the stones. Starting Quixel Bridge. Choosing 3D, typing rock in search. detailing the search of 3D assembly. So we need a piece of rock. These stones seem to look nice. This thing right here. But I've already downloaded it. Right, so we have to look closely because it costs money, and then start downloading so as to feel no torturing regrets for wasted money. I've already downloaded these. They all appear in downloads. I have loads of assets downloaded already. Let's move to the lower part. Let's export some kind of rock. I think that a low sloped one will fit good. That's right. Because probably we'll have some animal here in composition. So I'm going to choose this element. And I press download. There we go. And while it's downloading, let's also start downloading this stone. This great thing is also downloading. Alright, looks like we're equipped with stones. So now we can look for something interesting in Megascans. I'd like to make all this soil surface a kind of fancy. So let's look at the references for ground. So we need something rocky. Let's look for some soil. Some stony land. Because this beach is not exactly a beach. So let's go ahead and look for some soil. So these are the ones that are already downloaded. So it would be cool to view what's downloaded. By the way, this soil with the stones is cool. Or this one. Why I'm choosing light and not dark is because these stones and rocks are light. And if we choose dark soil, they will differ greatly. It will seem that these stones are a mismatch. And this soil will be a perfect choice. First it's light and matches the rocks in hue. So let's take this option and download it. I'll use it without adding any mixes because it looks good even without them. Alright, so all the assets are downloading. In the meanwhile, I'll go ahead and export some rock in my scene. So while it's still downloading, I'll continue working with the scene. Hello! Alright, so all models I've been downloading are already downloaded. So now let's try to add them to the scene. For the beginning, I'll take this model, but before doing that, I'll have to launch Megascans, MS Live Link, in the 3D Max scene, because without it, it's scarcely possible that the bridge will work. So choosing the Corona option in Render Engine, because we work in Corona, then in Material Workflows Default, and pressing the required model export in Quixel. This is great. So we have the model, pressing the key combination Alt-Q to see how the model looks in the scene. Now, of course, the poly count is huge here. 2 million polygons for this rock. But never mind, we'll export it to proxy. Now let's see if everything's fine with materials, because earlier Megascans had problems with material export. Now I have a new version installed. So I hope that everything's gonna be okay. Yes, this is normal material. For example, earlier diffuse could be lost. Now everything is fine. So we now can set the material display. And we can go ahead and put this rock piece under the camera this way. And I nearly forgot one important point. We need to hold the camera, isolating the highlight, then highlighting the camera, entering camera selected, then link info, checking here. This is required in order not to blunder and not to move the camera after we've created it. Now we put these stones the way we need for the angle. Doesn't really look nice. Let's mirror it maybe to make it more beautiful. Okay, that looks better. And I think that's fine. So stones like that will be sticking out of water, and water will be washing them. Should look cool. We can also copy this rock piece. But before that, we have to transfer it to proxy. Choosing Corona Proxy Exporter, then choosing a place to which we'll be exporting. Let's export to the Maps folder. For now, we'll make the full mesh display mode. because I'm gonna continue working with these rocks, arranging them. I need to see how they look in my viewpoint. And then we'll simply switch to the box display mode, and we'll have a beautiful picture because we'll not load our viewport too much. But now we're leaving it in the mesh mode. All right, it's ready. The object is now in Proxy, and we can now copy it as an instance somewhere over here. We can dodge a bit in order not to get the identical copy of the rock. So we can mirror it, for example, along one axis. But now we won't be doing this. We'll see how it will work. It's all right. Looks rather nice. We can lift it a bit more, actually. Those gaps won't be a problem. What's important is doing good for the angle. Later we can put some plans between them. Plus we need to improve this shore. We can take the same rock, by the way. And of course we should not be too enthusiastic about plain copying. But let's try, and if it really looks too bad, we'll add another rock model. So since we have a slope here, I think we'll reflect it under the slope. This way's too far. We'll fix it. Yeah, somewhere here. Let's increase it. Like a lot. Looks kind of cool from the camera. We'll only lift it higher because we can't see where it ends because of the dock. Alright, this way I think. And we should also keep in mind that rock under the house. I think that it'll be more honest to take another model and let's see what other models we have. In bridge, this one, and this one, and this square one. And we need all of them to belong to one series. Let's try this stone. It's okay. Let's transfer to Proxy. The Corona displacement mod modifier was hanging there, but it will not affect anything when transferred to Proxy, so we can delete it. Okay, exporting the correct path. Ready. Let's now put the stone in place where it should be. Instead of this stone. Fine, but I think that we can copy this stone through instance and put it here. They'll cross there, and it won't be a problem. Now we should adjust a bit for the house. Here we'll pass over the crossing with the stairs. We can mirror this way. This mirror copy doesn't look very nice. So I think we better do this way. There's a small slit, but I don't think that it will be noticeable. So let us check whether we have crossing with soil. It's okay. And here the house angle is hanging. Not very nice. We need to do something with stones. Alternatively, I think we can make a copy of the stone piece and cover with that piece. So keep in mind that the more objects you pull into the scene, the slower the render will be. So try to use the same models until you start using some very bold copy paste. Of course, we should avoid using copy paste, but still, if we need to block some hole somewhere, then there's nothing bad about it. Doesn't look too nice. So what if we reflect it? Like so. Alright, looks nice. The house lies on stones. Very nice. And we should continue here also. Copy with instance. So we have the house standing on stones somehow. We'll save this option for now, and let's calculate the first preview. See how these stones look at render. We can launch render in real time in order to check for holes, slits, and other defects. Over here, we'll have to lower the stone, shift a bit, and hide this hole because it doesn't look nice. And here the rocks look good. Let's start correction. We'll lower the entire house this way. Like so. Alright, saving. And now we start working with this surface. So what I'll do is I'll make basic texturing, and then we'll start working with vegetation. As I've started Quixel Mixer already, I can take some downloaded soil, plus a couple of take a couple of stones for settings. And ferns are also cool. We might use them as well. All right, and take this material. Here's our soil. It looks like we've assigned the wrong material. Here, now it's correct. Assigning the simple UW map. Let's make around 200 by 200. Like this. Let's now make the box display mode for all these rocks. And viewport will not be running too slow. And these rocks in the form of boxes. So as you can see, we're getting quite a simple scene. We already have the wood material on the house. So let me attach the dock and assign this material. Like everywhere. Although no. We'll assign mapping to all these elements in order not to bother with them later. I'll do the cylindrical mapping, cup. Okay, so I think we can attach together all the pieces of wood and then set general mapping. I don't think we should bother with every individual piece of wood. Then, if required, we can use the Corana's randomizer map. Because it's not apparent that, in principle, we'll leave here this texture. Maybe I'll assign some different one. For now, I'm leaving it as it is. I'll retexture it later. Saving again, and starting to select plants. So I always recommend all students to select plants and vegetation in the separately launched 3D Max scene and create the asset for the separate design. First is fast, and second of all, we can check the models, optimize them, transfer to proxy, and add to the scene in the already prepared form. I will now show the process start, but skip the entire selection process for vegetation and plants because the process is rather long and I guess you will be bored observing it. I will only describe the selection of models in broad brush strokes, and I'll be using models from Max Tree collections. And I'm gonna need lofty wild trees. And I select a portion of compilations that could be useful. The fifth compilation looks really great. The trees look excellent. Let's see the initial reference. Yes, lofty trees with thin trunks, thin branches will fit here. I think that I'll be using the fifth compilation. And these wide branching ones I don't think will fit, in my opinion. But we can use bushes from this compilation. These cool trees with rampant crown, thin branches, they fit. They fit very well. So I'll be using the fifth compilation for main trees. I think it has the most suitable trees for our project. And for such vegetation as bushes, horsetails, and so on, there are other compilations. We'll select from them. The more models we have, the more interesting is our visualization. But we should achieve such balance in order not to oversaturate the scene with useless models that won't fit there but will be actively using the computer resources. By the way, such pines are really great, but they don't correspond to our project. But such trees are splendid, in my opinion. But they are too short. Won't do for us. Here's a compilation of some grass. And we might potentially use it as well. These are some spring plants, not exactly what we need. These are more elegant trees that would better fit into the urban landscape. Okay, the 16th compilation. And here too, very beautiful trees. I like them. But I assume that's closer to Australia. There are eucalypti here. Here's another compilation with more trees for parks. Okay, then we'll stop on the fifth compilation. I already have the fifth compilation reassembled in Proxy and ready, so let's see how it looks. Some of you might think that the things I'm gonna show are of little importance, but in fact it's really so in real work. I will show that this asset is already reassembled in Proxy. And we'll now open the library on the disk and see how it all looks like. So here's our library, and you see that all the trees are divided into groups with a preview for each tree. So I only have to find the required trees by preview, select and copy them to my scene with ComputerScript. One thing that should be checked is the status of textures. For this, I'm pressing Shift-T and ensuring that textures and proxies have the OK status. So it's OK, and I'm just selecting the trees. There must be wild, high, maximally rampant, knotty trees. And we'll take several. Let's not be too enthusiastic about the number of proxies, because in the end, we need all this to be rendered. There's no need to use the entire library. Only these bushes. All right. Copying. And inserting it into our scene. Here they are, our trees. Checking the layers right away. As they're in the default layer, we will transfer them to a new layer. So create a new layer, name it trees. We need this to have a separate layer with trees which could be hidden separately. Now we'll do the following. Arranging all these proxies manually using the advanced painter script for the angle, and start working with scatters, filling all the extra space around. Better in this order, otherwise if we first create a scatter and then start arranging trees manually, it will be slow and not so clear. First I'll use the proxy preview script. Entering toolbar, choosing Corona Render, and then Corona Proxy Lister. Let's start with the trees. I'll change the display mode to point cloud. I won't risk to change it to mesh so far, because it will be displayed too badly. Then removing Advanced Painter, Randomizer, pressing Add Selection, checking the scale, it's alright, orientation 360 degrees to rotate automatically around their axis, setting the minimal distance between trees to 2 meters. If you have no Advanced Painter script, I recommend you download and install it. Just bear in mind that when installing you have to launch 3D Max with administrator rights, otherwise it might install with errors and won't function. Alright, next choosing soil, switching to the camera and working for the angle. Now I think that I make the mesh reflection for the rocks as well. So choosing the soil, adding to Advanced Painter, and just using the brush to paint, arranging trees for the angle. Okay, nothing is clear in the point cloud mode. Let's make the display mode as mesh. But before that, save, because 3D Max can hang up. Choosing full mesh. And let's wait a bit. Okay, it's now displayed as mesh. Let's go to viewport. Look at these cool trees. It would be great if we had some driftwood sticking out here. But I want too much, I guess. I think I'll arrange all these trees this way. On the edges, because as I said, according to our concept, we should have framing from trees. We'll put this further, and I guess that we'll add more of these tall trees in the foreground. Starting copy paste, it shows already that the trees are too similar. Not too nice. Let's see what other options we have. This is unnecessary. And this is also unnecessary. Fine. Although trunks look now like sticks, we'll have to close them with brushes. We have such brushes. I will now make the display mode for them as mesh. We'll add some bushes like these. Max Tree also has 14 or 16 or 15 compilation. And I will now look for the one with loads of different nice bushes with such super thin branches. So I'm going to pause it and I'm going to find it. So here it is, the 14th compilation. These shrubs are really cool. Exactly what we miss in the scene. And we'll have to select the share of such models, fill the scene with them a bit. But again, we should ensure that we don't have excessive proxies, models. In the meanwhile, I'll add existing bushes from the 5th compilation. Should cover these trunks a bit so that they don't look too bare. And for diversity, I'll now collect the bush library from the 14th compilation. So opening a new scene in 3D Max. Let's see which models we'll take from the 14th Max Tree compilation. Let's take these, number 4. Choosing the Mesh Corona folder. Checking, yes. And just dragging and dropping them to the viewpoint window. First one. Choosing use scene material, we'll be using one material. The second. And the third. And let's take the 6th model, and I think that's enough. So I think that it's clear now, and I'll add other models too. So we now have all the models. And so now let's check paths to textures. We can use the relink bitmap script. But I'm not gonna bother you with extra scripts, so I'll do everything in the old way. I'll take the maps folder from the Max Tree compilation, where all the textures are, copy this path, then press Shift-T, set tracker opens, and we'll automatically reassign everything through it textures. Then choosing File, then Refresh, where all the lost textures will be displayed, highlighting them with Shift, then going to Path, then to Set Path, increasing here the path that I copied by pressing Ctrl V. So now all textures have been automatically reassigned and their displayed status is OK. It means that everything is correct. And now I will check materials for adequacy. I'm usually concerned about leaves. They may be set in the wrong way, but this library has been already adapted for Corona renderer. So everything should be okay with materials. Maybe the problem's with bump or normal map. Let's see. Sometimes the add gamma to input parameter acts up. No, it's okay. No error displayed. It's fine with materials in general. Anyway, we'll be able to improve them in the scene. So selecting all these objects and converting proxy. The proxy path is the same path as our design. Pressing export. All the models were exported. And of course I can place them in the display mode of the box, but I'll leave mesh display mode so far to copy into our scene and quickly arrange with the advanced painter script. I'll make the mesh color green as well, just of a slightly different hue for further post-processing. I have a separate mask. Upon the render completion, I will have the wire mask and I'll use it for fine color correction of all vegetation. Now choosing bushes, let's put them into the trees layer as well. Placing models in Advanced Painter, and I could use scatters, of course, and aiming to have visible bushes in the scatter, but as I work with one angle, it's easier for me to act this way. Now I think I'll reduce them, because the objects should be less in size. Alright, not bad. Let's calculate the first preview and see whether we have errors and what can be fixed. See memory consumption in the task manager. how much 3D Max will be consuming. Well, it asks for 11.2 gigs at start. I think that's, in the end, will reach around 32 gigs, since we'll have displacement, reflections, textures. So estimate your resources. If you lack memory, it's possible that the Corona and 3D Max will just go to SWU, start recording data to hard disk. But in this case, we won't reckon on render speed. So I'll try to do all this effectively. I'll have to switch displacement on the rocks to make them render in a realistic way. Render's running now. The process is rather fast. The trees look normal. Let us shape a plan of what we need to add. We have to add some vegetation, for example, some ferns here, closer to the house. Here between the stones, we add some residual matter and sticks, taking all this from Megascans too, and close the entire background with trees. For this we'll be using scatters. Afterwards, we'll hide vegetation and continue normal work with materials, water material, soil material from Megascans. Although the basic one has been already assigned by me. Pressing stop. Now let's work with scatters and fill the background with vegetation. I think that we'll have to thin out all the trees a bit because everything is so dense on render, especially here. And I will finally remove a couple of trees. These three look normal. And it's all fine here also. For trees and rocks, we can already set the box display mode so the system will be running faster. Setting the box display here as well. We won't change or set anything here. So now let's create the multiscatter. We can use the Corona scatter, but I guess that multiscatter is more flexible, interesting, and easy to use. Creating the multiscatter and adding all our proxies right there to the list using the plus sign with a teapot. And bushes too. And indicating our soil as surface. Looks scary, but nothing to worry about. First, we'll change the display mode in the form of boxes. I'll deactivate it temporarily and use spline to draw where trees will be distributed. I'll have them here, I think. Somewhere here, and behind the camera for some shadows to appear. So I'll just draw a spline and further make outline and spline. Like this. And so in order to avoid angular view, we'll make the smooth type mode for dots. And I will edit dots a bit. In fact, it's not so important because our main task is to limit the area with the camera to prevent proxy generation there. Now we'll set the spline for scatter. This scatter will be cropping the extra fields where objects will be generated. So we'll specify the spline in the border spline parameter. We'll activate scatters and see how it looks. I only have to set scatter correctly. First we need to reduce max count. We'll make smaller max count. Let's make 500 objects. 500 should be enough. Now we'll set random rotation because now they are standing in a line and that doesn't look nice. Choosing the rotate parameter. Let's have a look. And setting 360 degrees at z-axis. I think that we could cut down to this because these trees are only for the background and the way they are generated is not so important. But for the sake of beautiful picture, we can do the following. And the collision parameters, set the collision of around 30% to prevent the trunks growing from one point. Then it'll look nicer. Let's calculate the test color preview. I switch to the camera, deactivating MTL override. Pressing render to see what we have. So such preview tests help to understand what we should do next and allow shaping the further action plan. So we see in real-time mode that here it became darker on the house. We can lift the exposition a bit, make it brighter. Then also highlight and make compress a bit higher. So that's one thing. Second, we have glades somewhere here, and it's fixable. Next, here in the lower right corner, we have a hole. We'll have to move these rocks a bit. Then we need to set the water material and to work with the soil and to replace the texture on the dock. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. Pressing stop, and we'll start with the simplest thing. I'll move these rocks. Over here. And so we see that rocks lack detailing because displacement was lost due to the fact that we converted the object in proxy, and displacement had the modifier form, so it was lost. Although it's present here and yet not activated. Let's set the max level to 10 centimeters. And same with these rocks. Displacement activated. Setting max level to 10. Well, we can decrease it if required. For the rocks, I suggest to change the mesh color to some other color, like blue, for example. We will then have a possibility to change everything in Photoshop. This is why we do it. Next, let's work with material of water. Let's launch the real-time render to see the real state of things. It may be lagging, but we'll be able to correct everything in real-time mode. So we have our real-time mode started, but I was hasty with displacement. Let's take a step back. So I'll highlight with region and set the max level value to 2. All right, not bad. But I'll have to set the displacement accuracy in order to be able to make sure that it works more correctly and smoothly. And for this, we'll have to enter system settings and to change the screen size displacement from 3 pixels to 1. Now we'll see what's the difference, but memory consumption increased greatly. Not sure the real-time mode will update now correctly, but it should be. So after we change this value, let's wait and see. Let's see what we have in terms of performance. Now we have 11 gigs of memory, right? We can close the second 3D Max with plans to save external memory. Okay, it looks more precise now. Done. Now it's time to set water. And I'm not going to hide the trees, although it would be useful to hide the layer with water for speed and performance. I'll hide it temporarily, and then we'll see how it all is going to look like with water. Deactivating the trees layer, and render speed increased immediately. But the image became lighter, which may confuse us. All right, creating the new Corona material. Let's call it water. And the diffuse parameter, choosing black. Setting reflect parameter to 1. We don't have the Fresnel to be too close to water, so we're gonna do the following. We'll make the reflection dark and lift the Fresnel, setting the reflection parameter to 1. And further, we have to set the absorption for water with suspended material and some fine algae. We don't need mountain spring water. We need lake water. Let's assign this material to water. We already see that we're on the right way, but it's still far from perfection. The next setting is absorption. Setting the volumetric and SSS parameter, selecting the brown and greenish color, typical for lake water. Let's make distance depth of about 50 centimeters at the moment. So we have the following absorption. We'll make color saturation a bit lower. Now let's address the reference. See how water looks there. They have the stronger blue and green hue. I think that we need to make the blue color more intense. I think it's okay like that. Now we make absorption to 30. Our house is reflected here. I think I'll decrease saturation a bit. I like it much more this way. Now we'll have to add ripple. So let's go to slate material to make the material setting easier. Here on slate, I'll sample water. And now setting bump and adding a map to bump. Let's use composite here. I'll take the composite map and I'll mix several types of ripples. First option will be larger, the other one will be fine, and the third one, waves. The composite map is perfect for this. We're setting it to bump, first taking the noise, simple procedural, then setting it on the first layer, and we see the ripple. Although it's too large, so we just decrease the size parameter in noise, and let's make it 10. And here we go. It doesn't look very good now, not fully atmospheric. And let's try fractal noise, and it makes it look better. We'll reduce the bump force more. Now let's add another ripple, adding new layer and composite, and adding new noise over the second layer. Setting here as well, making the fractal 1, reducing the size a bit, for example, 7. And change the overlapping mode and composite, changing the overlapping type from normal to lighten. Now we have two types of ripple, a larger and smaller. We can now decrease opacity. I made 50, and it has already become a bit more interesting. And I'd like to make waves now. For this, the standard waves map is provided, plus the smoke map. We can try it as well. Adding another layer. The third one. Smoke should be decreased. Size parameter by 20 or so. And the smoke map looks good in general. Let's put it over the composite and the lighten mode. As you see, the ripple is more complicated already. Now creating another layer with the procedural waves map. It's the fourth layer. We'll first set the waves themselves, making the wavelength, for example, 30. Let's decrease the wave radius by 10. Actually, let's decrease even more. They appear to be large anyway. And we can view the map itself. The map isn't completely adequate so far because our minimal length is more than maximal. Let's set the minimal length to 3. And we'll have this ripple. We'll make a larger number of sets and play a bit with the values, at least 8. Now we already have cool waves. Looks more like a lake. Alright, let me increase the number of sets. I can change the amplitude. There are loads of settings. Distribution, 2D, 3D. So I need the waves to be so light in the end. Okay, and composite applying in the overlay mode. See the ripple, waves, looks like water, but it looks a bit aggressive and I'd like it to be more calm. So I'll go ahead and decrease it tenfold in Corona material. Make it 0.1. And here's our water with beautiful ripple. Light waves, looks very beautiful now. Now since we have the real time render launched, and I already completely satisfied with water, let's first make water color light blue to improve it further. And we also have rocks, and I'd like them to be kind of wet. And we can achieve that by using Corona distance. So let's sample this material. I'll make a new view. Now, using diffuse, I want to make the material of stones to look wet, bottom up. And to do this, we can do the following. We should mix two diffuse maps. We can use mix, or we can use composite. So let's be professionals and use composite. Setting diffuse to the first layer, and I'll make another layer and composite. And we'll set Corona distance here and this layer. Here I found the distance map, setting it to the second layer. And let's enter Corona distance settings to specify water as an object. And here we have this cool gradient in real-time render. But we'll make the gradient lower, around 50 centimeters, to achieve a distorted mask. We can set some structure and distance scale. We'll set any dirt mask, for example. Such as this one. Not bad. But let's change distance overlay mode and composite. So let's go ahead and change to multiply. And now our stones are getting darker if they approach water. And due to this, they become more realistic. And we can change texture to the one less aggressive, maybe. This will make it look much more interesting. Now we should select material for the dock. In fact, it's neither interesting nor difficult. Let's better work with soil. Taking our soil, sampling it, and checking the displacement. The map has add displacement, but we should increase stamping. So let's set it to 10, because the surface there should be much more expressed. Here it's removed, which is not good. Let's fix that. And finally, it's high time to texture the dock. So let's look for a suitable texture. Maybe we'll find some old tree. Not bad. And search tools indicating the size over 4 megapixels. Of course we can dig them for hours, but we need some dark wood. Not with boards, but with a solid set. Alright, let's decrease from 4 megapixels to 2 megapixels. The texture shouldn't be too ginger. And by the way, we can look for it at textures.com. Alright, this one's splendid. Let's try this one. Size is small, but so it goes. Our dock is far away, so not a big thing. Alright, so I'm going to create a new material. Corona MTL. Have this texture in downloads. Should not forget to transfer this texture. Otherwise, I'm going to lose it. Setting at bitmap. Assigning. Setting the reporting display. Of course, I want to turn all these beams, so we'd better turn through 90 degrees. And here we'll retexture it a bit. So in UVW map, choosing gizmo and turning it. Like so. Not bad. Now to make it more realistic, we should randomly rotate all these cylinders for the texture not to look similarly. There we go. Now we can apply the attach. The material is made simple. We'll take the same texture assigned to bump, the same to reflection glossiness, and here reflection will be set to 1. Let's watch the preview. Setting reflection glossiness through color correction. Okay, connecting the standard color correction to reflection glossiness. We can make the black and white texture in color correction, for example. Monochrome. And increase the gamma parameter. It will bring us some more beautiful reflections. Because the texture should not be glossy, it should contain some specks. And by the way, we'll add the same composite to diffuse, to make everything work in the same way. From water, these are our stones. They work with composite, and we will be using this composite in material through distance in the same way. Here we should create a new layer, and now we're connecting the same mask as that working on stones to the layer number 2 and the multiply mode. Saving the scene, making a small preview to see if everything's fine. Then I'll make a little break, and then we'll continue our masterclass. Activating the layer with trees. And sending it to render. And while it's rendering, we're not going to waste time. And off screen, I downloaded this scene for Forest Pack. The scene for GJ grass with different small stones and grass. I'm going to share this scene with you now. I also optimized and transferred separately models from the 21st Max Tree compilation. So here we have some interesting plants, looking like some sedge, lower, some regular grass, and leaves. I don't know for now what exactly I'm going to use out of these. I just added all. Now I need transfer all this to proxy. I tie the textures anew, clicking Shift T and asset tracking, and checking all paths for correctness. Now transferring to proxy. I think that will not transfer absolutely everything to proxy. There's no need to transfer leaves, for example. Now, as for grass and the rest, we have to do this. So I'll leave the leaves and transfer all the rest to proxy. Left click opens the menu, Corona Proxy Exporter. So let's leave the default path, full mesh. While it's transferring to proxy, we'll watch this scene under Forest Pack. Of course, I'm not going to use Forest Pack. I decided to use Multiscatter instead. So let me now copy all this asset into the scene. Branches and stones. Also dirt. All of this looks incredible. So we'll make use of it all. I'll fill a couple of free slots in Copyter in the second scene. It's already transferred a proxy. I'll use Copyter here as well. As you see, I have now launched 3 3D Maxes. Let's see what we have with render here. The render is running for a rather long time, so I'll wait now for some first preview, which will help us to understand which way to move further. 3 passes run, and we can already see the preview. There's some obvious disadvantages in the 3D scene, and I see the poor visualization of this rock because there's diffuseness of some kind which always appears at scanning. So we can fill these sites a bit with geometry, sticks, branches that I showed you earlier. The bush here is growing through the rock, which is not a problem. We'll remove it in Photoshop, or we'll move a bush a bit. Next we have a huge color difference in soil and rocks. Soil is green and the rocks are kind of pink. Again, it's not a problem. We'll correct that in Photoshop with wire mask. Just add the masks and we'll do it in Photoshop. Next we also have some strange texture in the fireplace, so we'll have to fix it. On the whole, the materials look good, even following the expert from W-Ray. I think that I'll have to just improve metal a bit to make it look more like metal. I'll just add gray, and moreover I'll have to work with detailing, add some plants, ferns. I've already thrown into the scene some of those. I'll add some vegetation, canes here, and the most important, close all of these glades. I think that we're gonna do another scatter. Add bushes, and then we'll close all of these glades. There's no need to render further. As you see, the picture looks nice, also with total number of 50 passes, and I think that should be more than enough. All right, let's start improvement. We can scatter bushes, creating a multi-scatter. In order to understand where each scatter belongs, it's preferable to place the scatter close to the objects we're gonna generate. So I'll check whether I've selected the right object. I did, and these bushes too. Without assigning the surface now, let's set all the parameters. Accidental turn, setting rotate to 360 degrees. Random scales from 80 to 120. The next max count parameters will be 1000 and preview for 100. Now this scatter we assign it to the surface. I think that some objects are too large. Okay, let's make the preview as boxes. And limit with the spline. Now let's see. Let's see what it looks like. Seems like not enough objects. We need more. Let's make preview 1000. A small prompt. In order to close these glades on our render, for sure, we'll just make all these bushes lower than the soil area. So we'll make a random shift. It's the move parameter along the z-axis from 0 to minus 200 for sure. Now our objects will be randomly falling a bit lower, and thus will close all the glades. All right. Now let's go ahead and decrease the preview in order not to overload viewport. I'll return the number of previews to 100 and make the display for rocks as bounding box. All right, now let's hide bushes and trees to work with the house materials. All right, let's work with the house material. So we can now even activate the real-time preview to see how materials work. But for now, I will do all this by sight. Let's sample it. It'd be easier for me to work in Compact Material Editor because there are loads of various submaterials, and this makes the workflow really complicated. So it's all in IDs, and let's see which ID is responsible for what. This must be some metal. On this object, we have the ID number 3. Metal black material. Good. Let's make Fresnel a bit more intensive. It's metal, after all, so we need it to reflect better. Setting the value 4. I'm not going to change the mask, it looks good on reflection here. Moving to the tree material. So this material works through multi-texture. I think that reflections are missing a bit. Let's increase glossiness parameter. Now we should make this texture brighter in color correction. Let's set it to 5. Now we have specs, and material looks more interesting. But now I'm concerned by this metal the most. This is ID number 4. It appears to be some tree. And I thought this was metal. So let's come up with some mask for this material also. Let's go ahead and take the glossiness map. Reflection parameter about 100. It's better make this material metal. I can't agree that it's wood. I'm not sure. So we'll increase Fresnel and see which map is on reflection glossiness. Here's a tree anyway. Okay, we'll leave it as it is. Just the material was not set really correctly. Then let's move to slate material, and I will set this material ID instead of 4, if I'm correct. Returning Fresnel to 1.6. Since wood is the electric material, Fresnel will be lower. Let's make a complete reflection glossiness map and work with the map itself. It should be made with higher contrast. Let's use the standard color correction map on reflection glossiness. And let's just go ahead and make it lighter. And then the material will play as it should. I don't think reflection is required here. We'll put the same map on bump. There's even some ambient occlusion here. Let's make stains on reflection more interesting by mixing all of this. I'll take composite map on glossiness and add one more layer in composite. We'll add the streak texture to this layer to make the map look more interesting. Let's have a look in the mask library and select not a very aggressive map. This one with spots. I'll overlap it in the overlay mode. Also, let's make it a little bit lighter. Doesn't look nice in the overlay mode. Let's make it in the lighten mode. And see how this map looks like. Doesn't look bad at all. But there are more flecks. the fireplace is left. I think that we're not gonna light the fireplace at all. There are some smoldering logs there. Let's see how this material looks in real-time mode. We can see on real-time render that the stone has some strange embers. You know what? I think that we're gonna just delete them. I'm not gonna bother, because flames in the fireplace will look too ostentatious. Alright, now the scene looks excellent. I'll just have the fireplace. And now we have to detail the scene using the Cobbler script. I've already copied all plants as well as grass, so let's work with landscape. I think it should be logical to place plants in the other layer. Creating a new layer. I'm gonna call it grass. All right, there we go. Stones and garbage will also be included into this same layer. Although I see that they already have their own layers. Okay. All right, let's start. And let's go ahead and start with something large. Something like reed, for example. And we'll arrange reeds using one of two ways. The first is scatter, and the second is manually with Advanced Painter script. In order not to scatter many objects, because controlling this process is more complicated, we can try to do this with Advanced Painter. But first we have to paint mesh for these objects to leave a possibility for editing. So I'll take this purple and let's do the Advanced Painter, then Randomizer, adding these objects. Then as usual, the parameter random turn to 360 degrees. Let's make about 50 centimeters. Distance. UP direction tool will do along the z-axis. So if we leave N by default, objects will be aimed toward normal lines. If we have a slope, these objects will be growing with inclination, and we don't need that. They should increase only straight. There's a rock by the dock. I will make it visible to understand where to arrange objects correctly. So I will temporarily set the full mesh mode. All right, let's go and arrange on the soil surface to this object. Advanced Painter is activated. Let's go. I'll switch display mode to object color option because it will allow me to see water limit. And also, it's a bit simpler for display. Somewhere the thicket is too dense, but I will leave it as is now. And here I wanted to add a little bit more. We see how our objects increase. Somewhere we'll move the plants, not to block the view. And here I will thin them out. Doesn't look bad already. Okay, we're done with reads, and we now can change the display mode as boxes. My script that works with proxy was reset for some reason. I'll fix it now. Choosing Corona Renderer, then Proxy Lister. Now we can put the selected objects to proxy in Proxy Lister. Switch to boxes automatically. Now let's work with this vegetation. Also through Advanced Painter, pointwise. The most important thing is not to forget to change the mesh color. Somewhere under the rocks here, under the house. I can even plant something on the rock, in fact. So I have these horsetails left. Okay, we'll choose different color for them as well. And further, following the algorithm, clear, selection. We only have to draw on soil, and I highlighted the rocks. These plants are large. Then we'll make a local planting here and thicket behind the house. And let's see if we need to add anything under the angle. See, plants tend to gather in groups. This is an observation from real life. So if you plant something in the scene, plant them in groups and colonies. Many unskilled visualizers start trying to distribute objects in an even layer throughout the scene, due to which realism is lost and the scene doesn't look good. And therefore, to make it look more real, we don't have to try covering the entire surface with objects. We can make a kind of colony and it's gonna look good. All right, so we finished with the plants. So we can transfer them to the display mode in boxes. So we also have these stones here. Okay, now let's then work with scatters. And let's take these plants and try to scatter exactly this surface. Now why I'm using scatter in this case? Because we have many plants and we need to plan the entire surface. For the beginning, I will limit the area in order not to cover the entire scene. Only this limited area. We don't have to cover rocks, so I'm limiting the house. This area, this zone where we have water borders, because we don't need these plants there. So I've encircled this area. Then let's create a scatter. And here's what I'm going to do. I'll add plants separately, and then I will work with all these sticks and branches separately. Let's make a separate layer for them. I'm going to call it shelves. And adding all grass to this scatter. We can add all objects manually. Okay, now selecting a surface where we are going to plan all of this, specifying the surface and specifying limits in the form of splines. To have everything within scatter, setting the max count parameter to 1000, max preview 1000 as well, although it's too low. Let's make it 10,000. Max count also to 10,000. And this already looks like truth. And yet we'll do max count again. 5 and more. And we'll risk and make max preview 5 times larger as well. Now it's covered normally. We need to have all these things realistic. According to the standard, we set the values for scale from 80 to 120, although you can enter any value. 360 random turn. And it's important for these plants not to grow as a continuous carpet. We need spots and glades for this, and we need to use masks. Like here, to the mask parameter, we should upload some mask, some map. I'll take bitmap. Here I have masks, and I'll select something like this. Well, let's take a more contrast mask with spots. We can take this one. So we're inserting it here to the mask parameter. And with this, we'll limit the places where these objects grow with the black and white mask. And now we want change mapping because the soil is already texturized. We can't fail and spoil the current texture with mapping. So we'll texture in the second channel. So go ahead and choose the texture. Looks like my computer is dying right now. choosing map channel number 2 and assigning another UVW map to the surface here. Also with the second channel. There. And so now if we change the texture scale, scatter will change as well. And of course we'll have to refresh scatters. So now we can see that plants grow more sort of chaotically, more random. The texture can be shifted a bit. Let's make auto preview and scatter. We should have a button. Fine. This way, now we'll work with all the garbage that we need to distribute on this surface. Right, I restarted the computer, so now it's lying less. Now we'll work with garbage. I'm going to shift rocks to boxes. And we'll perform scattering of these objects. Why did I include them into separate layers? Because it's impossible to choose them one by one. They're too much of them. So we'll create scatter, and we'll be uploading them from the layer according to the list. Creating multiscatter, although let's just copy it. Go ahead and copy it. I'll delete all generation objects and settings and select objects from the layer list that I named sticks/stones. There they are. So we've added our objects. The surface is the same, but note that vegetation and these sticks and stones are generated in the same point. This is wrong. So to avoid this, we need to change the seed parameter to some other. I think that this mask should be different. I can remove it at all, and we'll increase the max count generation number to, let's set it to 500,000. And by the way, here displacement is running on the surface, if you remember. Now I'm going to sample it. Our displacement force is set to 10 centimeters. So if we display works, all these objects will be overlapped with this place, and it won't be seen. Therefore, we need to compensate it. So we're taking the move parameter and setting the values from 10 to 10 along the z-axis. We'll shift it upwards along the z-axis. And this is how we'll compensate generation. Let's correct spline. According to our plans, I'd like to detail here a bit more. And as I said, these rocks need more geometry. Switching to full mesh, and I think that we will use the Advanced Painter tool to add locally a bit of various cool garbage. We can add some leaves, for example. Let's take randomizer, add these plants. Let's set minimum distance parameter to 20 centimeters just in case. Then random rotation to 360 degrees, align to Z. I included the material because I want to see where we have depressions in the rocks. But it still looks not so cool. Okay, so we have what we have. We'll improve it a bit. Adding plants. Okay, now garbage. We have leaves too. Let's add them as well. And also distribute this over the rocks. The rock should be highlighted. Decrease distance. Let's make it 5 centimeters. I think it's better to record it to make you see, but it's inconvenient. I don't really like the way leaves look. They're too large. But sticks and branches look good. I guess that I'll reassemble this advanced painter. Alright, pressing clear and adding only these objects. Pressing add selection. Leaves doesn't look very good. Alright, now we have some details in there. We can add a bit more here. although some sticks are put horizontally, which isn't good. Okay, fine. We've added garbage. What else is left? Over here we could add more grass. So we'll make a separate scatter, and we have this grass. We can grow some of it on stones. We're not going to do that. Just add grass where planned. So it's important to use both large and small wisps, and it will look much more realistic. I'll set the color for these objects at once. Let's make them green. Specifying our object surface. Try to avoid generating this large amount of objects. We'll limit them with spline, as usual. Border spline. By the way, the advantage of using multi-scatter compared to Corona scatter is that we can easily crop the side with spline without doing any additional actions. So we'll change the seed parameter, and we need a mask. We'll take some contrast mask. For example, should be a high contrast mask. This one, for example. The idea is that grass should not grow with continuous carpet. It also needs to have some spots, clusters. Now we'll select the appropriate mask. It should be very contrast, with bright contrast white spots. Here's the map that has been downloaded. It's rather nice. Choosing map channel 2 for it as well, and I will upload this map to the mask parameter. So now we have these spots. We need to set random turn, keeping in mind random turn to 360 and scale from 100 to 120. All right, and now we can calculate the first preview. Of course, maybe we'll have to edit some scatters. I don't know yet. Can't see it without preview. Saving the scene, including all visible layers. The tree layer was deactivated. Now launching render. I think I'll decrease resolution to increase render speed. 1200 by 1200. Let's set the render elements at once to have possibility to work with Photoshop and not to be concerned with settings. Which render elements we'll need for post-processing? ID masks by default, then wire, reflection, just in case, and refract. I'm not going to use light mix here because there's nothing to set. We'll have to make separate masks for all objects. So let's go ahead and do this. I will highlight the rocks. All right, and so the rocks will be edited in Photoshop in terms of color anyway, because they look too pink on my preview. That's why I'll make a separate render element. See masking mask. Pressing plus here. Choose manual selection and press plus again. And that's how I added these objects to a separate mask. It will be a separate mask for rocks. And just in case, I'll have a separate mask for water. I'll rename it as stone. And I'm going to call this water. Alright, what else can be useful? It's not clear without the first preview, so now we're leaving it as is. Saving and launching the render. You can see that memory consumption is 20 gigs only. It's rather normal for such a scene. Okay, what are our plans for the future? Looking at preview. First, I don't really like this soil hue. Maybe we'll edit this in Photoshop later. Let's first watch sea masking wire. We have gray soil here, not really suitable for highlight. We'll have to make a separate mask. Next, some portion of garbage is too light. It's not a problem, we can use Photoshop to fix it. So I'm transferring many corrections to Photoshop because everything related to color of objects, for example these ones, Photoshop is really good at that. We'll not place any animals here because there's no room for it anymore, but we can move these plants. They don't look really good. They're too bright, so I'll remove these bushes. And I'll have to place these reeds a little bit denser because they look like one large light spot. We've already discussed pink rocks. And well, that's it. And we'll have to fix it. And to make the green color less intense and saturated, we'll add some color correction effects and it will look good in general. Glades disappeared, we have a small lumen, and it looks rather natural. If we need, we'll color these spots directly in Photoshop. So we had 20 passes for 5 minutes. It's very fast for this resolution. And let's correct render real quick. I'm not going to use denoiser, by the way, because it's not required here. We'll better set more passes. So make the separate mask for soil. Choosing sea masking mask. I'll call it ground. And add it to manual selection. We have a mask. Now I'll delete these plants because it was an experiment that appeared to be not very successful. Next, we can decrease reeds. This way it will look a bit more elegant. All right, what else? Looks like that's all. Actually, it would be cool to have one of lamps right here. To have a gleam from it and reflection. And it will look beautiful. Because here the window is lit brightly. and it gives a cool glare. I think that we should make it a bit more noticeable. And here we should also fill this space. It's not a problem. I'll take some plant and cover this space with it. The more we have objects displayed in the scene, the more advanced Painter plays up. Ideally, we should hide everything in layers, all trees and so on, to make it work faster. Alright, so I wanted to move the lamp forward. And I have to make a kind of fake. I'll place a lamp here and indoors. Let's look at the settings. Okay, we'll save the settings as is. So, saving the scene, setting resolution to 5000, and setting to render. And we'll make post-processing later. I'll set the largest resolution. Actually, let's set 3600. Although, in the studio we deliver final renders to clients at 5000. But in this case, I think there's no sense to calculate 5000. Let's calculate when we have 4000. The number of passes in settings is 50. That's more than enough. I'll set the noise level to 7%. I won't set denoise, it'll give the blurred result. So that number of passes is enough. All right, let's go. Okay, render is complete, and we can watch its details. I've already found a couple of unpleasant moments that I will have to fix, I think, to re-render regions. As you know, I'm recording the masterclass in real time without any preparation, so there are some errors, which is even good actually, because we can see how to solve issues. Not just watching the plastic masterclass where everything is just so smooth. The first thing I dislike is soil. There are a few stones here. They're arranged in a good way, but in general, the scene misses glass, leaves, details. I want to add more sticks, more garbage. I think that will increase the generation of scatters in render with region. So that's one thing. Second, Of course, these rocks in the foreground have disappointed me greatly. To be honest, they look bad. All this garbage here didn't add much realism. Doesn't look nice at all. And I'll have to remove it. And most probably, we'll do matte paint in the foreground. We'll make Photoshop rocks, find something suitable online. The landscapes seem too simple to me. We have to make it more complicated. This is what we're gonna do now. I will now make these amendments on scatters. I don't think that you'll see anything brand new. I will only show how to increase detailing of this soil and make it more natural, if I can say so. All right, let's start then. I'll save render, just in case, as CXR, to save possibility if rendering it with region, choosing Corona CXR and saving it in the render folder. I'm gonna call it Forest House. Now let's move to soil and I'll add some details. Some plants, remake this soil. All right, switching this proxy to the display mode. Solid bounding box, and pressing freeze to remove garbage. All right, it looks like these plants look good, but I will shift them a bit. Now, making soil more complex. For this, I will add Edit Poly. And I'm going to choose a part of polygons that are in the foreground and are captured directly by the camera. For my 3D Max, not freezing, scatter is not updating. I think I'll apply Alt-Q and isolate the highlighting. For this surface, the tessellate function as well. That is, I will divide it by a greater number of polygons. To increase detailing, and we'll use a simple method. We'll apply the displacement modifier and the 3D Max modifier, not Corona. For this, we have to take bitmap texture, and we'll take this texture from the aerial displacement compilation. I think that if my students are watching my masterclass, you already know this method, nothing new here. Taking some map in the real displacement compilation, for example, rock. In fact, any heights map will do. For example, such a one. It looks like this. And we'll stamp it out a bit from this surface. For this, without removing highlight from polygons, I'm using the displacement modifier. It's called the same. Displace, and we'll assign this texture to map. Okay, and now we can change the stamping force as we want. I think this way will fit. Here we have some tension, it's not a problem. because all this surface is already underwater. It already looks more interesting. Yes, now the soil looks better. We now have hillocks and bumps. Alright, now for the grass. You see that I'm rather at ease in this scene. So each scatter is near its object, which are being generated. Choosing scatter, and maybe I made max count 1.5 million. Hope that my 3D Max won't play up on render. Sticks, branches, all this stuff should be doubled, I think. Although there are too many stones. Okay, I'll leave it as is. I'll better add more leaves with separate scatter. In order to highlight all leaves conveniently, as they're all represented by different objects, we can do the following. Collect them in one separate layer, creating a new layer, and highlighted objects will immediately fall into this layer, calling it leaves. Then let's create multi-scatter. And then let's go ahead and add objects. Choosing a list, choosing the layer leaves, and adding objects from this layer. Now adding the surface. Then border spline, leaving max count as is. Let it be like a carpet. Look, if you have border splines, set the higher count because it's counted in generation for the entire surface, not inside the spline. So we can increase the amount. Besides, let's keep in mind that displacement modifier works only with the current surface. So I'll add values from 10 to 10 centimeters to the move parameter, and set the standard random rotate parameter to 360. I won't change scale. The only moment generation also takes place in some scatter points, so the parameter random seed should be changed. I won't add the mask. Let it be the carpet covering the surface of the soil, and it will look cooler. To make it look even more interesting, we can apply scatter for higher detailing to the house stairs. I highlighted these stairs and highlighted these leaves. Now, isolating them together with highlight. Otherwise, Advanced Painter will not work. So here I'm adding leaves, and all this is going to be generated quickly with highlighted stairs and leaves. There we go, distributing objects. They're falling down a bit, I think, because they have pivots too low, but that's not a problem. Advanced Painter doesn't work as fast as I'd like, so I will throw some leaves manually. Leaves are usually located on the ends. I think it will look cool this way. They fell down a bit, but I'm just gonna lift them. I think I might be too much concerned with details, but let it be like this. Also, I plan to add some plants here, and I want more diversity. I want to add ferns that I forgot about. I already have downloaded plants in Megascans Bridge. We can take these ones and these ones. And by the way, we can add dry branches as well. But I'm disappointed by the look on the rocks. So I'll be adding them in Photoshop. But for training, why not? So I'll launch Megascans on MS Live Link. Otherwise nothing's gonna work. I'm leaving the surface, the rocks, isolating the rest to avoid slowdown. Now let's take these dry branches. Let's go ahead and export. All right, so I'll transfer all of this to Megascans layer. Ideally, I'd have to add rocks there, but I'm not gonna do that. Changing the mesh color, making the full mesh display mode for the rock, and working with new objects. We can act with scatters, create scatter, assign it to the surface as the area limiter. For the area where these objects should be, we can make a separate Corona distance map. And this distance map will assign proxy to us. But that's actually too complicated and long process. So it's easier to do this manually. And so let's go ahead and do it. There are all these settings already. We'll set around 10 centimeters between objects, and that will do. And we'll add these dry plants here. Just don't be too enthusiastic. We also have ferns, so let's take these. There are 6 of them there. All right, let's change their color. Plants from Megascans are convenient because the plants are low poly and use alpha channel maps so we can use Advanced Painter to arrange them in the scene without any optimization and transfer the proxy. Let's add a couple more. And I guess we'll stop there. I'll exit the isolated highlight and render with region the piece which we were changing. That is, it will be the image lower part. Of course, I'm not going to record the render process video, but for statistics, let's check the time spent on rendering of the previous image. For 2 hours and 30 minutes. So these changes will be calculated approximately within 1 hour. Highlighting the region. And launching the render. The render has been calculated. The time is 2:27, but ideally we could set the lower number of passes around 30 runs, and image would look rather good and clear because the noise is scarcely observable, even at such magnification. So we could save time on render. This way, when increasing image resolution, we can freely decrease the number of passes. So let's check render elements. It's fine. I only forgot one thing, one very important render element, which is Z-depth, to add some depth to the image. But that's not a problem. I'll now save the image in CSR, where I'll have all render passes. And I'll also add one Z-depth render element, and we'll render without the final image, only the passes. This process will run rather quickly, and while the render element is calculated, we'll already be working in Photoshop. This way, we're going to save some time. To make the correct Z-depth, I need to measure the closest point to the camera to the furthest point in the scene. So I will now use the standard type measurement tool, and I'm going to measure the distance approximately to this point. And we have around 35 meters. So that means we can freely set 3500. So I'm entering render elements and adding a new render element. Z-depth, here it is, geometry Z-depth, and in max Z parameters, setting the value that we obtained while measuring with a ruler, which was 3500. Then we're going to enter scene settings and check the render only mask parameter. We're going to render masks only. Switching back to the camera, and I'm not going to change anything here, and let's launch render again, see what we get. Now while render is running, I can already open our CXR and save all render elements that were saved in CXR format. Here's the render that was calculated. This is what I'll do. Pressing save all. I'm going to save it all to the folders, render folder. I can save as PNG, choosing this format, pressing save 8-bit, and saving alpha channel. All right, Okay, the render process is running, and of course beauty pass is not rendering, but we have all the remaining render passes and z-depth is rendering. Now of course it's my fault to have forgotten about this render element, but it happens when one is working on the move. So let's not waste time and think what we can do with the rocks. The problem is that these rocks from Megascans don't look really good when we zoom them in, and these rounded edges are somewhat distorted. Of course we could leave that unchanged, but that's not very professional. So I want to show you what we can do in such case, if we have such a problem, and how to solve this situation. The first idea crossing my mind is Photoshop rocks. We just need to select appropriate ones. If you remember, we have masks for these rocks, so there won't be any problem. Let's search. We can check out textures.com. It has the best photos. The only downer is that it's actually a paid resource, but it actually gives free points when you register. 15 points a day, and you can spend them, on anything you want. So let's go ahead and look for some rocks. So we need to find photos. Textures are not really useful, so photos are better. Like this one, maybe. Just a photo of the entire solid rock. The photo should be without the sun, without the sunlight, of course, because we have scattered lighting without the direct light source. So we're looking for some option, maybe cloudy shooting. I think that 1600 to 1079 will be enough. So let's go ahead and download this rock, and maybe there's something else. This one's also good. Even several. This one's too flat. So let's take this one. I don't know exactly what we're going to use for now, so I'm just downloading everything. This is not a bad option, but we have too much lichen of various kind. It's not appropriate. Here's a good option. This rock really suits well. We should also ensure that all our options are of the same kind, since if we're going to mix this option with this one, if we miss resolution and have to bond them together from different pieces, their structure should be more or less the same. This rock's very good. I think should be useful. Okay, while render is running, we'll launch Photoshop and start post-processing step by step. Pulling all the render elements at once through the file script menu. Load files in the stack, choosing all the render elements. And pressing OK. Here they are. All right, so the advantage here is that all the rendered elements are collected into one document just by layers. We don't have to drag or copy anything separately. Takes some time because of the resolution. Okay, so let's go ahead and look into our render. Let's see how clear is our z-depth mask in principle. We don't have any noise, of course. I'm not satisfied with everything, but we're not gonna use the Z depth so actively in the foreground to make all these details visible. So I think we can stop render now and save the Z depth mask separately. Okay, ready. As you see, my PNG files open without the sky, but it's not a problem. I have to replace the sky. And another render defect is contours. Ideally, we should check here at rendering. Check direct visible override and uncheck none here. I forgot about it, so we'll have to get rid of this contour effect in Photoshop. Of course, this all looks fatal against the black background, but we can fix this. Let's first collect render elements into one folder. Highlight all the layers, create a folder. I'm going to call it masks. Putting the folder on the top because we're going to use highlight. And now we need to select the sky. The original sky is just light with some slight transitions. I think we'll replace it in Photoshop to more detailed and picturesque. Let's Google it. I used to keep sky libraries, but it appeared easier to just Google something than searching in my own libraries. Google search is much faster and it's just easier. Concerning the sky photo editing, the sky hue should match the one in render. That is this hue. It shouldn't be too purple. So the sky like this, too bright, it's not going to fit. This one will fit very well actually, because of the same hue. So just in case, I'll save it. And I'm just going to look for something else. Maybe with some clouds. By the way, this option will look good. I'll take it. It has those complex clouds. Some light spots. Looks cool. All right, copy and paste it. Paste it here in Photoshop. And now pressing Alt to hide all the other layers and see where we have the horizon line in the scene. It passes somewhere along the lower third. It's good because the sky horizon should match the horizon of our render. All right, well, we have a pretty interesting sky now. It's lighter in our render, so we have to take this into account. We have to slightly change gamma. We have to fix this gamma a little bit. So applying the corrective layer curves, pressing Alt to specify the sky, and making it lighter. Make this curve to achieve lighter gamma. The most important thing is not to overcarry. Okay, looks good. I will not do any special color corrections because the sky color matches the render generally, but otherwise, of course, I'd use the curves or color balance. By the way, we can convert the layer to the smart object, but that's actually not too important in this particular case. Okay, moving forward, and let's move to rocks that I was so much concerned about. Let's take those, the ones I saved. I'll try these ones. I can take a lasso tool and make rough highlighting. We'll be correcting details on the go, because now we don't know how this rock will be, where this rock will be put, so there's no sense to highlight it now and to waste time. Okay, so looks pretty good if we extrapolate them a bit. And anyway, detailing of these stones is much better. Okay, so now we have to adjust illumination between these two rocks. The easiest way is to apply hue saturation correcting layer to the entire document, reducing saturation to 0. This will prevent distraction to color and allow us working exclusively with illumination, and we'll understand the extent of adjustment between these two objects. So then I'll put these stones into a folder. I'll call it stones, and apply curves correcting layer to the layer, pressing Alt and specifying the layer for correction, which is this rock, and then lowering the curve until we achieve the same lighting for both rocks. And then we can apply fine settings, make the highlight brighter, shadows lighter. I think it's okay this way. Looks good. All right, so we're done with lighting. Now we're gonna work with color, deactivating saturation, and we see that this rock is more pink and this one's more blue. I think it would approach that color. I like it more. So I'll do some slight color correction. I'll create color balance specifying the lower layer. So I'm pressing Alt as well. Performing color adjustment. We need more blue. Adding yellow, reducing pink. Adding red. We can reduce some magenta. More or less like this. If we need to further improve color correction, we can use highlight, for example. In highlights, for those two bright areas, for example, we could add more blue color. Correcting shadows, because the color is too green now. Right, here's a life hack. If your vision is blurred and you can't perceive your own image normally, you can expand it. In the menu, image rotation, horizontal flip, this way. Now we're looking at the picture with somewhat new eyes. Alright, now that it's fine, let's put the rock where it belongs. So first we should repeat the contour of this rock. So we'll be using the mask of these rocks. Masks are saved here. Let's find the one we need. This mask. Control A, Control C, copying, creating a new mask by pressing this button. Adding a mask, entering with Alt, editing, pressing Control V, inserting. There we go. Now we have the sky here. We don't need the sky, so I'm inverting this background with Control I and inserting the mask back. All these areas, I don't need them. The rock in 3D looks more or less good, so I'll just take a brush and remove it. Maybe I'll have to retouch it a bit. And let's see what we have now. Okay, the rock disappeared. We need to put it in place, but if I start moving it now, it will be moving together with the mask. I need to break the bond between the mask and the layer. Removing the change sign, switching to the layer, and moving the rock over here. And now I just have to find an optimal place, and I think that's gonna be like this. We're just missing a small piece here. Now I can use clone stamp for a piece here. But I don't need to be enthusiastic about clone stamp because it can be visible in the foreground. All right, now it looks nice. It looks better in the background already. And this photoshopped area still looks more interesting. We only need to add more pink. If we want, we can add some stone. Let's look for it. This one, for example. I'm just gonna put it lower than this current layer. Let's see. It's gonna look in terms of texture. You can see it slit from the top. So we can try this way and apply color correction. Let's do as follows. Transfer these correcting layers over the folder and then press Alt to apply the style to the folder with stones. It's okay. Looks good. Still have to hide that stone in the background and correct the hue. I'm not going to use the correcting layer. I'll just correct it live. It's absolutely okay now. I will have to apply the eraser tool here. I don't really like the general pink hue of the stones, so I'll correct that. Let's also work with fire rocks. I think that when we reduce this purple hue, we'll understand what to do with the color of these rocks. We'll find the mask for rocks. Copy it, and I'll add the mask that I copied from the stones to channels to use it quickly. We have channels section, so I'll add a new channel there. Can't insert it somehow. Once again. There we go. Now, we're only concerned about stones in the distance. These we can remove. We'll work with rocks in the distance, and I will now download highlight from this channel just by clicking Ctrl. There we go. It's loading in the main layer as well. So we'll rename it. Let's call it main. And in order not to get confused, I'm pressing Ctrl J and a new layer with these stones is created. I can also transfer them to the folder with other stones, but then correcting layers will be active in them. And I don't need that. I need a separate color correction. So I'll make a separate folder and I'll call it stones background. Minimizing layer with these stones, minimizing masks as well. And I'll make the main layer with the yellow backlight for orientation. And using color balance, I'm just going to go ahead and remove this pink hue. I'll make the hue colder. It will look better. Let's see the difference, how it was, what it is now. I think it's much better now. We can edit these stones again using color balance. Make it more blue. All right, that's fine. So what else should we improve? Right, so this stone remained pink, apparently, because we didn't apply the mask. So we'll fix that. I'm going to copy this stone from the main layer and transfer it to the folder and merge these two layers. I'll do this way. It's correct now. Of course, the layer arrangement matters, otherwise the color starts resetting. And I also wanted to make the stones darker from below to avoid shining, to make them darker, to create shadows. There's an easy way to achieve this. We can add another correction layer for main stones. Curves. By trial and error, let's see what we get. Curves will influence the layer with stones fully, but following the mask. That is, we first invert the mask with Ctrl-I, and now I use the brush and white color to draw the mask, and to color the lower part of stones a little bit. Now, of course, the mask looks a bit rough if we look at it through Alt. We can detailize it a bit. It doesn't really matter. The most important thing is to achieve the effect, to make it look fine. And I will probably also reduce opacity in this correction layer. All right, looks good. Let's expand this image. And we're now experiencing glitches with layers. All right, we'll work as is for now. The next thing to be corrected is the soil and the grass. The grass is too bright, too intensively green, and soil is very light. We have to adjust its hue to the rocks to make it look more natural. So color correction here is rather simple. We have a separate mask for soil. We'll fix water as well. I'll copy this layer to channels in a similar way. No need to copy the sky. And so further, we're working with soil in a similar way, uploading highlight from alpha channel for soil, Ctrl J, putting into a separate folder. I'll call it ground. And I'll be correcting, first making the hue darker. We can use this correction layer at once to understand the soil intensity. It should be a bit lighter, but just a little bit. In terms of hue, I think I'll remove some green. I'll try to do this directly in curves to decrease the green channel a bit. Looks normal. Let's see if everything's okay without or with correction. The only thing that I doubt about it is the shore. But all this can be fixed. Now for the grass. It's pretty much the same. I didn't do a separate mask for grass. It's not a problem, we'll do it now with the wire color. This gray color here, it's a bit of a problem. The point about the grass is that it should be more or less similar to trees in hue and in contrast. This is what we actually want to achieve by making it darker. It used to be lighter, now it looks better. I'd also add a bit more yellow. And I'm not going to be enthusiastic about it. I only have to correct water now. And I also want to correct trees. I don't want them to be so saturated. I have to remove the toxic kind of hue a little bit. So for this, I'm choosing the tree mask, leaving unchanged in the background and correcting in the foreground. Color range. We can place the layer with trees higher above the rocks, just in case. Color balance. Let's try to make it brighter. Make it look more interesting. Choosing curves. All right, now we have this cool contrast. And we're gonna compare it with and without curves. Came directly to the foreground. Shining. I'll decrease the effect a bit, make it less obvious. Okay, ready. And I don't really like that green water. This green hue should be removed as well. This is the last object for color correction. We have a layer with water. By the way, many of you might ask, why don't you copy the entire layer and add the mask there? I think that it's not too good because such PSD files will be rather heavy. Alright, so let's create a new alpha channel. This is what the water layer now looks like. And by the way, we have reflection channel, so let's try it. Reflection pass. If we need to make the house reflection lighter, I'd use the layer reflection pass. But if, for example, I want to make watercolor lighter, then I'm going to need refraction pass. Here it is. So let's copy it and let's put it into the folder with water. So I'm just going to create a folder for that. So this is water, and I have a layer with reflection. Let me remove the masks. Refraction pass. And this water. So if I overlay refraction pass in the lighten or screen mode, watercolor will be lighter. So here's screen and here's lighten. Hopefully this is clear. So this is how I can make water brighter, more saturated. All right. So now I can correct this layer, choosing color balance, removing green, and also removing total saturation. So let's see how water looks with and without it. Even touch the fireplace a bit. Okay. These stones became pinky because the water is transparent now. So no problem at all. All these water defects can be easily erased. So that's the layer. I think I actually used plain black color for that. And I'll reduce it a little because now water is too light. I like this way more. So let's recheck all the layers because I switched something off here. The important thing here is not to become complicated, so I always recommend to put all the correcting layers and everything we added into a separate folder. This way we'll be able to easily handle this file. And if any corrections or amendments are required, we'll be able to easily re-render any pass, render element, mask, region, and put them into respective folder, add the mask, and it'll be all right. Okay, so I'm not gonna correct the dock. It's all fine. So why am I correcting all of this? Well, first of all, in order to add general color homogeneity for our rocks, not to be pink, the trees not to be too blue and green. So when it's all lit with evening light, it starts working approximately within the same gamma. So just for interest, let's see the difference between how it was and how it is now. So this is how it was, and it became more contrast and more interesting in colors. And actually, let's also correct water by the shore. So I'll add some effects. We'll work with color correction later. I have a lonely lamp here. I'll add a lensing effect to it, as if we have a light source here. I'd like to place a dog here, I guess. Most probably it won't appear here in reflections due to large ripple. So we're free to add the object. And if our reflections were software, would have less ripple. So it'd have to set the 3D model and render the 3D model, or render 3D model in reflections and put a Photoshop dog here in Photoshop. Let me look for something suitable. I'm going to go to mrcutout.com, animals, and take some dog with illumination, occlusion. This one looks good. This one too. If we pay attention to details, we need to know the dog's height. So what dog is it? We can take this guy or this guy. So this is probably a Labrador Retriever. Labrador Retriever. So what's the difference? Retrievers are hairy and Labradors are smooth-haired, but in general, they resemble each other. So let's download it and learn the retriever's height. Golden Retriever Labrador, 56 to 63 centimeters. So let's take 56. In the 3D Max scene, it can be easily checked. So let's put him on the dock. I'll create a common box with a height of 56 centimeters. Dog's height's measured in shoulder height, so it's not the head height, but the shoulder one. We can make a simple screenshot. I'll mirror it. The entire image is mirrored. And now with the Shift key held, I'll adjust the size. I think I missed the screenshot proportions, but that's not a problem. A 1 millimeter difference is insignificant. We can change the type in overlapping, for example, screen. Okay, proportions seem to be saved now. Here, replacing the dog. We'll give special place to the dog, create a special folder, and we'll call it dog. Put the reference screen here, and take the dog. So this is its height. Something like this. And well, there are problems. 4 feet a bit further, we have to hide these 4 feet because the dog is standing a bit further in the center of the dog, and the front end of the dog should cover the feet. So we're doing it like this. We'll be able to cut the feet to add additional mask. The line is straight, so there's no need to upload separate masks. We can just do like this. I think it's too much. Still, the paw should be seen. We'll have to sort of crumple our dog a little bit. So this is what we'll do. We'll select Liquify in the filter panel, and we're gonna elongate the dog's paws a bit. There's a common line here. I'll measure along the forefoot. Now it's better. Correcting here for this, we'll need the eraser tool. All right, great. The dog is ready and standing where it should be, but it should have reflection, and the dog should be much darker. So we'll do color correction by sight, and I tend to be guided by reference models and set the light according to them, but in our case, there's nothing we can do about it. So doing general light correction by sight, applying curves. Like so. Other objects as a prompt how other curves should look like. The dog's photo was made in a regular weather with regular neutral light. Same applies to rocks, so their color correction should be more or less the same. Let's check it. My curves reach the center line. We can add a highlight to add reflections from the house to the dog's back and head because the light is lit inside. It's easy to do. I take the mask with curves, drawing with a wide brush over the mask. We can take opacity brushes of small size for light brushwork. There. The dog is ginger. Too light. Should have the cold hue because it stands under cold skylight and it has its effect on the dog. So adding color balance. Making it more sort of blue. I think that's okay. We can check highlights in this layer. Take a mask, copy, and paste here. Not bad in general. I think that its light contour should repeat a bit here also. Let's try to achieve light reflection from the dog. I'm not sure that it will look good, but we'll try. I'll take the original dog layer, copy lower. My correcting layers are reset. We should set everything through Alt. We have a layer with the dog. We have the reflection line. And so we have the dog. So we take its height into account. All elements, such as paws and so on, should coincide. The dog's reflection should not be expanded. We see that the house reflection is not expanded. There's a large ripple, but the house not expanded. So making the color correction dark. Colder. So I'm basically repeating the same settings. I don't want to simply merge these layers. So now we should achieve the natural dog's reflection. And the first thing we can do is add a mask to make it somewhat dissolve. We can see that the dog and the stones become less noticeable. So we'll make the ripple imitation. The filter is distort. Then choosing waves. The preview is small, not clear at all. Not what I expected. All right, another option, choosing filter gallery, the ocean ripple filter. Okay. That was a bad idea as well. Let's use another method. I have the original dog, so I'll try to turn it. There we go. I'm not going to perform color correction here, and instead I'll apply the zigzag filter. I take the original due to its high resolution, and the filter will be working more correctly. But we can't change the point where the image is going to be. So what can we do? We can increase the size, make canvas size in pixels. We'll make it 3000 by height. And the same 3000 by width. And let's try once again. Try to use the zigzag filter. The image shifted lower and should look correct. There. The dog looks a bit crumpled, but it's no problem, I'll just warp it. Poor dog. But it's okay. So now I'm just going to change the application mode. So I'm going to try overlay. Looks too dark. Then I'm just going to decrease lighten and opacity. And it should lose transparency. To do this, we'll create a mask and make it a gradient. Let's remove extra ripple. Seems to look fine. And let's have a look at it without reflection. It's more realistic with reflection. So we now only have to add effects and perform color correction. I want to make the bloom effect from the sky because it's very bright, and add a shining star right here. I didn't do it in Corona because I wanted to show you how to do this in Photoshop. We can use the set library. Our students will find it uploaded in the course, but you can also find it on the web by entering the search request lens flare. So these kinds of stars. And just find it suitable by pattern. No need in these elements. I'll take this option. So I'm gonna create effects folder. And applying these elements through screen. There's a beautiful star effect. Should not be too bright, so I'll decrease brightness. In order to reduce the element and prevent its shift, you can press and hold Alt. The lamp is on. Now we'll work with the sky. We can use various plugins, or we can do something much simpler. Merging all colors, Ctrl-Alt-Shift-E. At this, the upper active layer should be highlighted. Okay, so all the upper layers have been merged, and all the lower ones remained. So here's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to decrease brightness, launching levels with Ctrl-L, and I'm just decreasing to have only the sky left. I'll leave the interior so far. We'll remove it if required. We have the bright sky with all the rest dark. Now let's apply the screen mode and blurring with blur. Filter blur, Gaussian blur. Insert an effect degree. We can adjust the radius with blur radius. I'll do it this way. We'll decrease opacity. We don't need a strong effect, otherwise everything will be blurred. To make it light a bit, but not exposing our scene. People often overdo with these glow effect and bloom, so I literally need to rub my eyes. Let's look at the obtained result and at the scene without it. Also, I hope that I was rendering the Z-depth channel not in vain, and I want to show you the slight maze for some perspective. But we should take caution to avoid the effect of smoke and try to add slight evaporation above the lake. So let's try to do this. I have no Z-depth in masks. I will now save it. Shifting to 3D Max, I have Z-depth rendered. To transfer it quickly to Photoshop, we can press Ctrl-C and copy to clipboard. And then going to Photoshop, entering the mask section, and paste it. And don't forget to mirror it. So I will now copy it once again. Now I'll deactivate the masks and create a new folder for our fog. And we're going to call it fog. And then I'm creating a new layer, and I will use the fill-in color similar to the sky, because the fog most often has the same hue as the sky. For example, the light source. Creating a new Ctrl-Shift-N layer, filling it with color, pressing Shift F5, and selecting foreground color here, this color. All right. Then deactivating this effect for now, adding a new mask, inverting the mask, and inserting Z-depth. And looking how fog looks like this. It should be inverted. So I'll press Ctrl-I and Z-depth. Cool fog. Now we need to work with it a little bit, make it more interesting. Remove the part of fog in the place where we have the sky, the fog close to the sky, and we can achieve this by using the alpha channel. Let's put masks a bit higher. And I'm not going to comment on this too much. I'll press Ctrl X and cut the sky. And we have the arrangement of this sort. We have a layer with color filling. It has a map. And we're cutting all the extra space from the sky. Now we can change the mode of overlapping to hard light. Turns to be too blue, so we'll decrease saturation of this color. We'll achieve the hue we need, like this, for example. And now we can change the depth of this haze. So we're going to Z depth and choosing levels, and now we can adjust where the haze is going to go and how it shifts. I think that it should remain like this. But we'll reduce transparency of this layer to leave just a slight hint of it. Otherwise, we can do it this way. We'll let it be denser in the lower part and almost unnoticeable in the upper part. So for this, I'll just erase with a large eraser on the top. It's too much. This is what it looked like before, and this is what it looks like now. I'll decrease transparency a bit. And we'll do now slight evaporation above the water. We can achieve this by using the ready PNGs in Google search. I'm just going to enter cloud PNG. And there are loads of various clouds here. I think that we can find something suitable. So to do this, we'll create a new folder. We'll make a new folder in Photoshop. I'll explain later why. Uploading files to Photoshop. Some of them won't fit. I'll be viewing them one by one to find which one suits the best. Let's leave this one. Also fine. Maybe we'll use this. In general, they all fit, more or less. Okay. So what's the main idea here? We can place these clouds using the image depth. That is, the further they are put in the picture, the more noticeable they are. Also using masks. So for this, I created a separate folder to upload the Z-depth map. This one. Now we'll see how all this is going to look like. In the folder, I use a mask and insert Z-depth into the mask. The closer to the foreground, the more intensive the clouds become. The further, the more blurred they get. The point is that I want to place these clouds beyond the image, beyond the foreground. Inverting fog. Now look, by changing the sharpness depth, by changing the Z depth, we can change depth in different objects. So the cloud now is behind the tree. We can add some color to it. And we can place something above water. But as we already have the Z-depth mask, we'll have to transfer some cloud. Let me copy this and transfer over the folder. I'm not sure what it's going to look like, but let's see. So I'll try to add volumes of vapor above water. Now we have a slight evaporation effect above the water surface. And let's also correct this cloud. All right, looks good. Let's move on to color correction. I will first set the scene to rights. In the fog folder, everything's fine. They should be collected in a separate folder named fog3. We'll add color to each fog layer with blue. It has no influence in Photoshop, just for ease of navigation. We can also add color to some of these layers. Seems fine. Activating effects. Now everything should be aligned by color. I think I can't explain in words why I'm choosing this or that color in correction. Here we are guided by the sense of taste, but I'll try to comment on this in some way. So first we're choosing the upper valid layer in Photoshop and we press Ctrl-Alt-Shift-E, merging all the layers into one single layer. Initial layers and all folders remain. We might use them later. Moving to the top, and now we can start working with color correction. I will add slight chromatic aberrations. It's like an artifact in photography. Sometimes light sites create distortions due to dispersion in the camera lens. The light starts to dissolute into components. Photographers consider this effect parasitic, but will reproduce it. It's easy to do. Filter, lens correction, and here we have custom chromatic aberration. Inserts, and we'll move these sidebars apart. I think that the value about 20 should be enough. Now, of course, it all depends on your render resolution. Let's see if our chromatics can be seen better. We can see it on the dog. This red contour appeared, slightly blue somewhere. I think that you saw this effect on photos. If the image resolution is large, we can set values to 20. Of course by sight, so don't go over the top with this effect. So I'll press OK. This effect may add slight photographic realism. And next we start to work with color, and I will use Camera Raw Filter. It's a standard Photoshop filter. So first we'll perform the slight color modification. Now all the image is cold, and I'll make it warmer. Make it a bit more yellow. Set the general tone, the general color. I like that. And of course we can make it cold, but let's not overdo it. We'll compensate this blue color by neutralizing the image. Here, it becomes greener, a bit warmer. We can play with values, but without any strong shift, neither to green nor to pink. So we're setting this parameter to 0. We can increase exposure a bit, but as we're working in the so-called low key, and the image is dark according to the plan, we'll leave the exposure aside. I'm satisfied with it. So the next effect, which I like, is clarity. It adds contrast to the image. So if we add clarity, the image becomes more sort of clinking. The vibrance parameters, color saturation, we can either decrease or increase it. I don't think that we should change it at this point. Next, adding vignette. This effect attracts and focuses the viewer's attention mostly on the central object, making corners darker. Next point, distortion, is some image disturbance, but I will not use this effect. I think it's unnecessary. So we need to add just some sharpness in the sharpening section. As we were doing chromatic aberration, the picture is blurred a bit. We need to restore its sharpness. Over here, increasing the amount parameter, and I usually set the sharp radius to 1. Of course, we can change the radius more, but I'm just going to leave 1. Don't over carry with sharpening, because a strong sharp makes the picture worse. The current sharp value is set to 29, 30 is more than enough. Don't need it higher. We can even decrease the exposure just a bit. Okay, I think that this contrast is enough. Highlights are light striking. We can make them brighter, but then the sky is over highlighted. So we won't do this. We can make shadows lighter, but this will make the picture plain, and we want volume and contrast on the contrary. So I think I'll leave it like this. We can also make dark black sides lighter or darker, but we won't do this. So that's enough with color correction. We may add grain, noise, but Corona has its own noise, so there's no sense in that. So this is our resulting image. Let's see. With and without correction. As you can see, the image is photographic and balanced due to light. And now we can rename this layer as, let's say, color correct. Save the PSD file for our own use, and then save. Save this image as JPEG, just using the save as function. Choose the JPEG format, and that's that. Using the initial JPEG file, we can make a small image preview in 9020 resolution, for example, along the large side for internet publication. I think that you'll do that without my help. And that wraps it up. So good luck to you in exterior visualization. Welcome to my main training program where I spell everything out from modeling to light and materials. Thanks for your attention. Bye.